Hey, it's not the new pillow. And no, I'm not turning my camera on right now. I didn't crash the market. I feel slightly unwell. Thanks, JC. I know I'm late. Chikungunya? What the fuck is that? If you have what I have, it's the worst. Did you give it to me? Yeah, we'll see. I've I have to get like a coffee and stuff. All right. Current price. All right. So SPX looks fucking pretty weak, down to like 39.50. We might see it drop there today. What are futures doing? Nasdaq's down 118 BPS. That's perfectly fucking reasonable. Any data today? I don't think there's any economic data today. Looks like we're seeing a lot of fucking volume on GME and Upstart for the ETF FTDs, but no upside. Balance of trades 78 billion, 5 billion above forecasted. All right, so that's a 4-month high on balance of trade. Mostly fuel. Wow. So the October trade deficit increased by 112 billion. Rough. Exports are down, imports are up. Redbook index increased by 5.7%. Oh, good. Logistics index is down. Okay. I think that's about all there is. Burry posted it's happening. Good for him. All right. I don't have a hangover. I'm not feeling very well right now. Did you remember to vacuum up the whiskers so they don't clog the interweb computer? What? We're about 7% away from causing a halt this morning. Prestige Fitness. We have ETF FTDs. Jamie's almost at 1 million volume already. There's just no upside. Never would have predicted a dip before earnings. This is usually when you get them. SPX gonna hit SSR? I doubt it. Yeah, open interest kind of falls off after 39.75 to the downside. There's some at 39.60. 39.60 to 39.50 is kind of weak. Then 39.50 is strong. The downside of 39.50 is very weak. So I think if we're gonna see any kind of stabilization, it's probably gonna be down in like the 39.60, 39.65 range. Which should put us like, yeah, probably fairly near the trend line there. Like right here. We'll see that if it keeps selling off. Right now, there's just not a lot of OI down there. Ugh, gross. All right, buy puts. That's what I'm gonna do. What percentage of your long-term put position have you acquired? I don't know, like 15%? What do you have? Oh, you have weeklies. What's up with all the $60 puts on Upstart? Do you figure those are bots? They could be. $60 puts on XRT, sorry. Yeah, they could be. What's XRT trading at right now? If they're out of the money, they're probably being used to mark long creation. No, that's not the right list. Yeah, it might be being used to mark long creation. I'm here. What percentage were long-term? Okay. Market dead. Dropping down to the I mean, right now it looks like it's going to drop down to like 39.50, 39.65. I don't know if it can hit 39.50. Right now there's just not a lot of open interest in that range. 39.60 looks pretty good though. So I think we're definitely going to fall at least $8 more right now. But for all I know, put positioning could be building up in that range. The last update I have is for 9:48, so that's a decent amount of time ago. I had my first half marathon on Sunday in San Antonio. Finished in under 2.5 hours. When I started training 3 months ago, I got winded after a mile. I got the participation medal that is legit as fuck. Cool, man. Congratulations. Doing 20K 0 DT puts at 39.50. Okay, there you go. That's a bunch. I still have my straddle open from last night. I guess I just hold on to it a little bit longer today than I did yesterday. But mostly because I just woke up. Otherwise, I probably would have sold on the first bounce. Woo. No, I'm not crying. Uh, the fuck is with Upstart? It seems like 1,000 puts is enough to just destroy it. Am I wrong? They bought like $30 million or sold $30 million worth of puts on it yesterday. And it just looks like they're shorting it into the falling market. That's going to happen when the market's bleeding like crazy. How's the borrow rate on Upstart this morning? Is it up again? I have no idea. Oh, wait. Yes, I do. Uh, Opened up this morning at 26%. Yeah, not really. Well, I officially entered poor territory. I'm a paper hand zillionaire. Maybe I can bounce back, but for now, pain. Sorry, broke bean. Are you gonna change your screen name back to Bean from Green Bean? December 16th shows a good sized put position at 39.50. I'm not sure if this got left behind the day we rocketed 700 BPS. I think they're trying to close this position from there going into CPI. It's possible. We'll see what happens once we start to get down to that level. We're getting a little bit of a bounce off 39.60. There's like two gaps to the upside, and probably more downside from there. I'll see if anything's turning around. It doesn't look like it. Crude's down again today, but less. Dow's performing fairly well. Russell's doing a bit better. Nasdaq's getting fucking hammered. And Dixie's up, but not a lot so far. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like this drop is not super substantiated, at least not by any of the other macroeconomic factors. Gold and silver up a tiny bit. What's down today? The pound and the euro are both doing pretty good. Maybe we see a pullback on Dixie. We're getting pretty close to the trend line now. So the trend line today, well, over the next hour is like 39.55. Today is an OPEX. They're DCAing into Feb VIX 100s. The S&P is largely oil companies too. No, it's 8%. Yeah, a drop in oil over this month is going to be, well, over the previous month is going to be good for CPI. CPI is most likely to come in under, right? It's just what's happening until CPI prints. What's the most realistic bullish thing you would like to see Jamie announce at earnings? When have they ever announced a bullish thing at earnings? I'd like to see a continued reduction in SG&A and an improvement in earnings, but I don't know if we'll be able to see positive EPS. It's a fairly slim chance. Cat holding like a rock. Yeah, Dow's not really moving much today. Boyle is still low. Are you playing it? No, not yet. There's different movement this year during OPEX and settlement compared to the bull parade. Yeah, there is. Mostly what you see is that OPEC settlement or like volatility short liquidity covering is with the market instead of inverse the market. If you remember last year when GME ran, VIX went up. This year when GME runs, VIX goes down. Um, I thought Linux said it was going to run today. We have a lot of volume today. We're just not seeing any upside from it. I don't know how sensitive we'd be to a bounce in the market because the market just keeps dropping. Um, VIX is being suppressed. Is it though? I feel like the VIX and SPX are. Let's see, VIX is at 2099. Yeah, it doesn't seem far off. I mean, the market's not dropping super fast. It's just slowly pushing down still. Jesus, it just looks like they're buying shitloads of zero DT puts again today. Yeah, we're pretty correlated with the VIX on today's drop. At least over the last hour, couple hours. Let me see if we're finding a bottom anytime soon on this. Yeah, I still don't think. Even like 3960 puts don't look that bad right now. The company converts Class A common stock to Class B common stock. Is there any effect to the shareholders? Yeah, they'd lose their voting rights, I'd imagine. You planning to sell your put side of the straddle at 3960 or just set stops at that point? I just put stops in. Sorry. Um Yeah, I just put some stops in. I think, I don't know, this kind of looks like it's going to fail in this range, but I would also say that this is the best range for it to hold. Like, it needs to drop a little bit more, but this is well, maybe not. This is the best, so at least based off the last OI, Gamma's almost positive at the 39.55 strike. Um, there's quite a lot of weight at 39.50, so there's a chance we could bounce off this. If we get a little momentum off of the 39.60, then and we can pull away from the 39.50, then it looks good. But if we lose volume or lose momentum on the bounce, I think we'll just drop right down to 39.50. What happen if I bought 4,000 Upstart shares at market? I have no idea. How deep is the order book right now? Something. I would probably limit up. I don't know. Your order would probably get filled with conditional orders before a limit up occurred, to be honest. You have Jan 2023s. I wouldn't be super worried about them right now. If you are, I mean, do whatever you want to do, but I'll probably just buy some more today. They're pretty cheap right now. Why would someone exercise a lot of deep in the money puts the same day they bought them on Upstart in order to lock in the short liquidity? Force the market maker hedge without leaving risk open. If price drops, why not, right? I'd be looking for deep in the money calls being bought simultaneously with those exercises. I'm gonna come over and make you homemade chicken noodle soup and rub your tummy. Oh, awesome, Carl. Thank you so much. Switching to money markets for a good while. Thoughts? That's probably not a bad idea going into the next few quarters. I don't think I'd want exposure to a broad index like that over the entirety of this year. That probably would have been a good idea. Does yesterday today price action change your thesis on a melt up, or do you think this is just position driven? It looks largely position driven. Even more so, it looks largely short term position driven. Um, I'm not seeing a significant effect of this drop on like longer dated call positioning. 4050 and 4100 still look fairly strong. We're moving away from the strikes, so the amount of gamma there is dropping, but it's not due to those positions selling off in any significant way. And then the short side gamma isn't really getting much stronger. So I don't know. I'm not particularly concerned. There's too much big economic data that can swing the other way into the end of the week that I don't think we're going to see any huge like negative positioning until at least until that period. It does look like we're pulling a little bit away from 39.60, which is a positive. Maybe we break back up above 39.70. Earnings, bruh, this happens every time. Are you talking about GME earnings? Oh yeah, I mean, I think Jimmy's price dropping is less an effect of earnings and more an effect of, the market being down 300 BPS over the last 2 days. Are you gonna add to your Upstart Jan 23s today? Probably, yeah. I'm kind of waiting to see if the market falls down into the 39, I think 50 range before I do. But yeah, I'll probably buy some more. Strange how Ivy tanks on GME heading into earnings. Yeah, Ivy was really low yesterday too. Is it down even more today? No, I mean, well, the weekly Ivy is up. It's not up a lot though. And the IV 30 is relatively flat still. So the market makers aren't pricing in a very big move. Entering Docu today. I bought some yesterday. I'll probably buy some more today. Let me look at the chart. Yeah, it's starting to hit the lower range of like my buy-in target. I might buy some more shares on Docu today if it retests 40. Um, so bad. But I'll probably pick up some options too. DGen 100s or 40s, 60s. If I buy Upstart calls today, I'm gonna buy like 18s and 20s. Well, at the money IVs really low. Are the Pickles picks still valid given the market downturns? I think so, but obviously you can be patient with the entry with the dropping market. I'm buying for 2024. Oh, I'll probably average down some of my Jan 2023s just because IV's low right now. I might pick up some 2024s. Okay, this looks like it's gonna break up. 49, maybe retest 49.70. Hold on, let me look. Hmm. You guys need to look at like longer time frame charts. The market's pulling back, but it's not that big of a deal. This isn't like a massive move down. We haven't hit like 3930 level. We haven't hit 3900. We're still up massively over the last few weeks, month and a half. Well, market is killing my calls. It's a big deal. I mean, it's killing your calls today. But that's why you buy theta, right? Or you didn't buy theta, in which case, ouch. I think you need to bring back the pimento, but all the puts are 0 DTE. With the pimento would only be 1 candle wide. My SPX March puts I bought last week are still red. Calm down, people. No, you don't understand, Atomic. 2 days of red candles. End of the world. Your stream ends and pours watch YouTube videos of guys showing trend lines and crash signals. Yeah, I know. All right. Hold on 1 second. I'm back, fortunately. Where's my fucking keyboard's dead? My keyboard is finally shit the bed, I think. Hold on. What? Okay, well, that's not working. Uh, yeah, well, I'll be better eventually. You guys ever have friends like that? They like show up and they're like, "Oh yeah, I've been sick all week, man. I'm still sick. Probably contagious. It's good to see you though." Fucking asshole. And up starts bouncing a little bit. I would say more finding support at this level than it's really turning around. That's called spreading the love. I hate that motherfucker. 325 possible still considering this market move. I think so. Yeah, I mean, if you have a decent amount of theta, if the market comes back up, there's still a lot of there's still quite a lot of call interests to the upside. Most of it fairly far dated. So I think like Netflix can move quick. Um, I'll probably need to average down some positions over the next couple days, but I think if this falls off, I'm gonna get out of my zero DTE puts and maybe start closing off some of my straddle as we drop into the nearer to like the 39.55 range. Getting close. Couple more ticks. Come on. That's not true, Carl. You have me. Give us his address. We'll make sure it doesn't happen again. I have Netflix December 16s. I have a bunch of those too. Don't ever have kids because when they go to school, the struggle is real. I had siblings that were significantly younger than me, and I'm well aware. It's the fucking worst. It's like Wheel of Fortune, but all the options are different diseases. I left a good job down in the city. I was working for the man every night and day, but I never lost 1 minute of sleeping. I was worried about the way things might have been. Are you writing fan fiction right now? What's up, Hazy? Jamie's almost hit 2 million volume for today. So that's really cool, right? I don't have to see that dipshit's post when I scroll through Reddit. It's the little things, you know? Are any of your siblings marijuana entrepreneurs and rappers? All of them. Is SPX pulling back to your trend line? It looks like it's at my trend line, maybe slightly below it. No, it's like right at it. It's touching its tips right on it. All right, I'm gonna close out my 0DT puts and half the straddle. Oh, I have to move that stop down already. Why would the markets do this to us? Why wouldn't they? Listen, if you're bullish on shit, then this is just an opportunity to buy more. If you're not, then I'd assume you already have puts. But can't all liquidity grabs be green days? Well, because sometimes people sell on the downside. So Upstart's volume is actually shockingly low given the number of FTDs it has today. Because Upstart has, I believe it has, yeah, 1.49 million FTDs, and then well, the market maker FTDs are offset, so I guess that period's not so bad. It has 1.3 million ETF FTDs and a much smaller float. I don't know, maybe they haven't been realized yet. Although with Jimmy's volume, I'd say they must have, right? Interesting. Hmm. What happens if they don't cover them? Yeah, I'll average my calls from yesterday down, but there's the 39.50 test. There's no way we just pull away from this without the positioning here is really big. So if this is all about driving the indices down in order to capture this low end positioning and reposition it, we're going to be in this range for a little while. It sounds like you're considering this pullback just consolidation on the way up. I mean, what do you think's gonna happen when CPI is soft and the Fed does a .5 hike? I mean, what do you think's gonna happen if CPI is soft? If there isn't another significant volatility spike in core CPI, the market's gonna rocket again, right? Is liquidity improved at all on either Upstart or GME? Not particularly. No. I mean, they get a little liquidity on the downside, but not a lot. Crash has to be coming in the next year or so. I could agree with that. Are you considering any buy-in on options for Upstart today? This dip could be a good opportunity. Yeah, I'm gonna average down some of my Jan 2023s while the IV is low. And then I might pick up some 24s for out of the money positions, like 30 plus. CPI is next week. I think it's on Monday, right? Guess I'm losing my mind here, but I'm pretty sure it's on Monday. No, it's Tuesday. Tuesday the 13th. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so PPI is first this time. PPI is this Friday. Yeah, CPI is next Tuesday. Interesting. That's kind of a lot of a sell, like kind of a big sell off on that trend line test. Curious. I wonder if we could drift higher now. Looks like 39.50 futures shorts dumped a little bit there too. 39.65 ones. I still think futures needs to pull back a little more. Futures back to 39.30 maybe. Interesting. Some of the short positions are closing that are out of the money there. Curious. Okay. Yeah, PPI is this Friday. IV on Jan 100C for Upstart is 224%. Highest I've seen. All right. Tuesday? I'm not British. Thoughts on 217 45Cs for SI? Is that is that the ticker? People were talking about that one before. Is that the Silvergate Capital, or are you talking about silver? Um, so big sad yesterday for a lot of the pickle jar, but if you bought one DT 39.50 put at market open today, you could have 3x that bitch. I know, I just did. On my way to being profitable after yesterday's depression, y'all can do it. Thanks, Pickle Man. Thanks, Walken. Good job, man. Silvergate Capital. That's, I mean, that's, no, I don't particularly like that. It's still got disturbing amount of room to the downside there. Um, What is happening? Your stream is delayed by 30 seconds. How? No, it's not. There's like bots? Okay. Never mind. I was behind the stream by 30 seconds. Yeah, I keep the time in the bottom of the screen so that like people know I'm not front running the feed. Over 1,000 viewers, less than 300 likes. Yeah, I know. It's you go. There's a lot of watchers, just not a lot of likers. C-Mill. It's sad. Thanks, Wussy Pillows. Thank you guys. I give you the thumb you deserve. Emergency exits? I don't want that. Oh, JFresh, I'm reminding you today. If you could check the well, I guess fuck it, both. The 1 over K hedging on GME and Upstart. Upstart, I'm more interested in just because of the movement of the deep in the money puts that are being sold. That was a lot of fucking notional value yesterday. It was like $30 million worth. How low can Upstart realistically go? Maybe all the way back to 13. GME double bottomed out pretty hard in March. May not so much, but I don't think it's unreasonable to think that they could try to get it back down to the earnings price. Especially if they intend to cover, they're going to want the price cheaper, right? But I think most of this is just an effect of them leveraging the dropping market. Do you think Jan 23 calls for above 30 for Upstart are too far out of the money? No, they're more of like an IV play at that point. You're not really targeting them going in the money, right? You're just targeting the premium increasing. Hold on, I'll post the I didn't do it daily today because I was still asleep, so I'll post the Greeks. Maybe I'll get greedy here and sell some in the money CSPs. Ooh. The last time we were in this price range and I did that, I made a lot of money. What's your gym routine? Cardio, crunches, 5x5s. Then more cardio sometimes. At this point, you think $23 calls? Okay, answered that. Puts at 12.50 next week for Upstart. Well, no, I'm thinking about selling $17 CSPs for next week. $1.50? 17.50 is very attractive. Ooh. 18s give me a cost basis just under $16. Heard a lot of puts at the money here that expire this Friday. Interesting. Is the 1 minute best for trading? I like it. I like the 1 and the 5 for intraday trading. I don't like the 2 or the 3. I don't understand why people use those. You had an ad attached to Matt's channel before you came on, saying your viewers recommended watching his channel. I mean, all of those ads are through AdSense. That just means that you watch Matt Kors, K-Day. How do you feel about Upstart Gen 24 40Cs? Probably fine. I don't dislike them. Poe Dangles, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord and get you added to the country club after the stream. How's Upstart's bar rate? I think it's about the same as it was yesterday, like 26 something. Dixie's turning around pretty hard. It could be a sign that the market's going to get zoomies. So if we're going to see this like longer dated put position at 39.50 get closed out, I think we're going to chop in this 39.50 range for a little bit. It's a bigger position. It'll take a little while. I wouldn't be so confident in zoomies at this moment. Although, yes, Dixie's starting to drop off, which is a good sign. Buying in the morning, run I'll be selling. When the evening comes, watching the gains roll in. Then I watch them roll away again. Yeah, I'm just buying more theta each day. Watching the upside roll away. I'm just holding all my bags the day, buying time. Th Thank you, Pickle Bard. It's a lovely song. Cardio crunches, 5x5s, and 2 freezers of ice cream. Yeah. Well, you need the calories afterwards. It's not all ice cream. It's just a lot of ice cream. Why is Upstart's bar rate going down? It really hasn't dropped much. It went down as much as it went up. Yesterday? Last Friday it was at 24%. It's at 26 now. It's hit 30% in between those two. Well, 29% in between those two. Upstart has 1.3 million ETF FTDs. Jamie has like 1.48. Too much uncertainty with earnings. I mean, earnings hasn't bumped IV on GME very much, so I don't think there's necessarily a ton of uncertainty. Did you get a new hat? No. Your rhythm was incorrect. I don't know what song is being parodied. If that December 7th deferral is valid, would we expect price action that day or T+2? For the SEA extensions, it would be that day. But there's more extensions that they don't list for SEA. So there's 30-day extensions, which is probably what was used in March. And if that's the case, then we don't see anything till OPEX, right? Looks like Gurko's right about MMTLP. Down 40% in 2 days. It's down a lot more than that from its peak. I won't get credit for that though. It was against the sentiment. I'm sort of about to tap the bottom of the falling wedge. I don't think so. Hey. No. The bottom if the bottom of the wedge is down at like even a more conservative one like right there would be like 1350. Right? Where's your bottom trend? I assume this is the bottom trend you're looking at, like here? Or you said since May? You're looking at that? I'm just arbitrarily cutting off the earnings dip. Sure. Yeah, there's a trend there. Maybe. I like the longer time frame one a little better, but yeah, there's probably a support there at 1650 as well. Oops. Any SPX OI update? Let's see. 3 minutes. We'll have one in 3 minutes. Right now, it looks like interest is strongest at 39.50. So here for a bit. If the upside of 39.50 gets pressured, we'll probably see some capitulation. But I think there's enough OI at 39.50 that we're gonna be stuck to it for a little bit. Bobby reverse moassing. Yeah. Since tomorrow's the start of one of the potential delayed OPEX covering periods, could this be the shorting before the covering? Possibly, yeah. Tinder is for rookies. Go to Facebook Marketplace, search for wedding dresses. It will show you recently divorced females. From there, you can filter by size. All right, that's, you know what? That's amazing. Oh, the laughing made me dizzy. Nah, I didn't change anything with my setup. I have like really fast internet though. Yes, I'm sick again. No, that's not a pre-OPEX indicator. Just because I was sick in March and May and August does not mean that has anything to do with the stock running. What's the NOPEX question count at? I have no idea. It's definitely astronomically high. Morning sickness? Are you pregnant? I'm not. Okay, so $17 CSPs or 650 naked puts. 1650 naked puts, sorry. 50 cents each. I could sell $17 naked puts. You're crazy, Carl. Me being away from home is a bullish indicator for OPEX. Statistically speaking, the stock is run 80% of the time I'm away from home. Oh, I know, dork. You need to boost your elderberry syrup intake. That sounds like bullshit. TA on Grinder. I should have bought puts. Lack of vitamin D because you never go outside. That's a distinct possibility. Most people in New York City have a vitamin D deficiency anyway, because the buildings block the sun. So even if you go outside a lot, it's hard to get a decent amount of sunlight. You have to go to like a park or something. I'm not gonna fucking do that. What's the most degen financial instrument you know of or have played? Junk bonds are pretty fucking degenerate. Why would I move to Hawaii? Can you please buy the Upstart float? No, I don't have that much money. They have like a $1.5 billion market cap. Hmm. Hawaii has lava. Yeah, fuck that. Baba's the only green stack. Oh, is Baba doing okay today? That's surprising. Hey, look at that. That's not true. TLT is up, which is odd. Sava's up 2%. BTU is up. Veru is up 5%. Ooh, that's interesting. Huh. Curious. Yeah, I kind of agree. I'm I'm picking up some Jan calls. I kind of want to sell puts right now too, because I can sell. Well, if I sell in the money puts, so if I sell in the money naked puts for December 9th, I can use that credit to buy Jan 20 calls. That's a pretty good fucking deal. Is that someone here? Hold on. Someone's at my door. Poor baby's scared of lava. Yeah. I don't live near any active volcanoes. Thus begins at 39.50 to 39.60. Well, below 39.50. We'll probably trade between like 39.40 and 39.60. As more and more of the OI falls off the 39.50 strike, the range should the distance we trade from 39.50 should fall off, right? So, when we first hit it and capitulation begins, it'll be very tight and then it'll increase in range. Or well, depending on which side we move to. And we could move up as soon as Friday. Funko up 7.1%. Not. Rumor has it you're the one who sent Amaranth that $70,000 Taser iPhone and prepaid security detail. She's a Twitch streamer. Okay. I think I know who she is. She's got boobs. I feel for you today. The market goes down. We all complain, and you're sick. So we feel the need to give you unsolicited health advice. Yeah. That's the one? Okay, I figured it out. Funko up 7%, a GME sympathy play. GME's down 3.6%. So now. Maybe just also overshorted. Maybe they have news. You need to snort a tablespoon of turmeric. Ugh. If you're that ill, why would I go to the vet? Oh, because of the, you think I'm a centaur? Thanks. You know what? Don't squanch my score. You've just moved up to a 4.7. You're making a name for yourself. You could be a 15 like Carl in no time. Or a 22 like J Fresh. Freebase ginseng. We can tell it's the bottom for Upstart, so we can best DCA in for more calls. I mean, I'm just selling puts right now. So that's a really fun thing to do on Upstart if you have a brain. You can sell CSPs on the nearer dated strike, like December 9th, and then use the credit This is for a credit. To buy Jan calls. But then your downside leverage risk on this long combo falls off on the 9th, right? So you're taking very short dated downside risk and turning that into long exposure. I've been doing this on Upstart since day one. It was actually the original way to buy Upstart. Everyone ignored it, of course, and just plowed money into it. But this was the way. It's kind of a long combo. It's more of a long calendar combo. Are you in Canada? Why can't you write CSPs? Canada really doesn't like cash secure puts. You should leave that country. It's not great. So after this drop, is your overall sentiment bullish due to it's likely the shorts want to close out positions in preparation for a bullish CPI, PPI, and lower rates? Do you think this level of picking up December 30 calls is a good idea? You could give it maybe a day or two, but yeah, I don't think this level is terrible for getting some long side exposure. I have some exposure at 40.70 and 39.90 now. With like 14 DTE, which at least brings me through the problem I have with it is SLD is coming in like right after the CPI report, right? SLD starts on the I think the 13th, 14th. So it's tight. Like the room to run is limited by that. Canada? Yeah, Canada doesn't like cash secure puts. I don't know why. No one who lives in Canada is over enthused about it. They're not like, Canada's the best. They're just like, hockey, maple syrup, weed. It's a place I live. I've never met a Canadian that was overly patriotic. Weird question, but how do you work with a superior who's dumber than you? Replace him. Go to his superiors and hope they don't frown on that kind of behavior. Yeah, you could do CSPs and margin accounts, but you need like pretty high level options approval, right? If I don't remember Canada's rules, but you need like level 4 options to sell cash secured puts. So you need a margin account and a decent amount of capital, right? You haven't met the UCP party here in Canada. Probably not. I just want to say, I value your analysis. More times than I care to admit, I've canceled a really dumb order just in time after hearing you say it was a bad idea, and then you're right. I mean, I think people are here because I'm right more often than I'm wrong. But I do like to be wrong in spectacular ways sometimes. Yes, supplant him. Start doing his job for him, and he won't realize. He's stupid, right? And then just highlight to his bosses that you're doing his job. And maybe you'd even do his job for less money. Then, when they fire him, you demand more. Have you heard of the ticker ICUP? I haven't, but stop watching me in the bathroom. I don't like it. No. No, I don't. I'm not a big fan of Insane Clown Posse. Harrington Sig today, negative 156 at 1.36%. Huh. As a way for when you got back from answering the door, were you visited by 3 ghosts to show you the true meaning of Christmas? No, I haven't started taking that cough syrup yet. I'm not a shy peer. I just really don't like you standing there. And you keep leaving goats at my house. It works. Me and my current boss started doing our old boss's job. He got fired and we both got promoted a couple years ago. See? Boom. What about inductively coupled plasma? The high capital cost of instrumentation really makes it less than ideal. Also, aren't lighter elements like prone to more interference? I assume you're referring to mass spectrometry, spectrometry, right? I'm feeling a lot better about my $17 puts now. Ooh, we have a OI update. Kind of still the same. Gamma flips at 4,000. Not a lot of change here, though. We see upside. We need to cross, if we cross 3960, there's some chance at seeing some upside. The put positions start to get really weak and extremely 0 DTE in that range. Also, 0 DTE 3950s are selling off. If when Upstart runs, do you plan to sell your shares or sell in the money covered calls? That depends on how much it runs. If it runs 100%, I'll sell in the money covered calls. If it runs less than 100%, I'll probably just sell everything and then wait and buy back in. You're so wholesome on your School of Stocks channel. I didn't feel degraded at all. It's called a bait and switch. Thanks, Carl. What's your best lift? I don't remember. People have been looking at me weird when I tell them I'm excited about the FTDs, no matter how few there are. That's nice. You're just telling random people about your FTD excitement, Ben? Like in the street and at work? I have a slight lisp. Oh. You should see a speech therapist. Or don't if you prefer to hold on to it. Do you expect to see the FTDs to be settled today for Upstart, or could that be settled tomorrow too? They should be due today. So on Jamie, the volume looks consistent with FTDs being settled out, right? Like Jamie's at 2.5 million volume. I would say Upstart looks a little bit light on the volume. Well, it was this morning. Now it's at about 2 million. At the bottom though, it was still pretty low. So this may be some of that covering. I would expect the effect to be stronger on Upstart due to the lower float size. The spread, I think, is a bit wider. It's about the same. So, I think liquidity is like, or at least the bid-ask liquidity is roughly equal. As a Canadian, I'm very patriotic towards the USA. The country of my origin, not so much. In Canada, you cannot sell CSPs, but you would have to do in the money covered calls, which are similar. Yeah, I'm aware. It's not similar. It's different, but kind of like. I don't go in public on purpose. Oh, okay. So did you just get on Xbox Live and talk about like FTDs, or I'm just trying to figure out where these conversations are occurring. Yeah, I think it's a flu. Oh my god, is Superstock doing like live audio chats? I thought that was only for Twitter Spaces. I need to participate in more of those. I think I'm gonna start participating in more Twitter Spaces. It's gonna be pretty funny. Yes, please. You get sick a lot for never leaving the house. Alternatively, I just get sick every time I leave the house. I went this weekend to like meet up with my friend at this restaurant, and I got there and he was like, "Ah, man, yeah, I've been sick all week. I still don't feel great." And I was like, "Awesome. That's thanks." And this was after he did like the bro hug thing. It was awkwardly long, actually, now that I think back on it. Maybe it's just because he was sick and I felt dirty. It's pretty common for developers to get laid off after a project's complete, right? I mean, they collect their tiny parachutes. On average, how many hugs do you receive a month? I don't know. More than I want. That should have been your tell not to give him that kiss goodbye. You don't know what a bro hug is? It's like when a guy you're friends with tries to hug you in the least homoerotic way possible, so they make it overly masculine by initiating the hug quickly and aggressively and then patting you on the back harder than they should. That way onlookers aren't going to be like, that dude's gay, because that's their greatest fear. No, my arms were pretty much at my side the whole time. One arm around the bro, the other at the side, or patting the back way too hard. Yeah. Yeah, the one-armed hug, that's another one. It's okay. Spend a weekend in Havasu and all of that falls by the wayside. My buddies used to hug each other at the crotch while leaning slightly backwards to make everyone uncomfortable. That's, yeah, okay. That's why they did that. Did you just read the bro hug definition out of Webster's? That was spot on. No. If it doesn't make that resonating thump, it's not a true bro hug. If you had to choose one, MOASS, then market crash, or market crash, then MOASS, I'm gonna go with market crash, then no MOASS. No MOASS ever. It's your goal to have your friends find the stream and watch it so they are no longer your friends. I'm not particularly shy about the things I say to other people. So, yeah. I'm not saying anything here that I wouldn't say to their face. Actually, the things I say to their face are way worse. Yeah, sure. Wait, what happens in Havasu? Havasu's arguably the most homoerotic place on earth. It's nothing but like gym bros, lifted trucks, and a weekend in the desert by the lake. If you had to choose Moana or Encanto, I don't. I've not seen either of those. Gotta hate bro hugs. It makes me feel more uncomfortable than the classic dap up into the hug, then let go. I don't even know what that is, but yeah, that sounds terrible too. What is a dap up? I'm not I'm not versed in these things anymore. Starch Monk, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I like to linger when I hug. Sometimes I even rub their back a bit. On an unrelated note, the mailman has stopped delivering mail to my house. Is my card expired or some such nonsense? Well, you still got a song out of it, so that's fun. How was the treadmill yesterday? It was okay. It works. I did a little bit of it after I got it set up. I was kind of tired after I got it put together. What a fucking nightmare. Where do you find cash on hand for ETFs? I'm not finding a reliable source so far. I don't know how many reliable sources there are. Usually their website should have it posted as often as they update. RIP or RIP? Just nothing. We're just doing the thing I said we were gonna do, which is flatline at 39.50. I wouldn't try to play this. You could do like a 0 DTE short strangle at like 39.30, 39.70, although it's probably not worth it. It's not terrible. Risky though, because if there is a put sell off, you're gonna get fucked hard. It's it's not terrible. 39.75, 39.35. How greedy am I feeling? I don't think I'm feeling that greedy. Well, I don't know. I could pick up like I'll probably pick up a couple $100. I should have done it earlier. Ah, well. I nuzzle. Nice, Yuri. Thanks for the learning. Thanks, Hestia. Hestia Vestia. Change your name. It's the handshake, but the one that normal people do, not the weird, uncomfortable one that you do for business meetings. Then a quick hug to let them know that it's all love, and then the let go. Oh, you mean where like the hands are the dividing, like the hands keep the chests from touching? I tried to convince my friends that instead of hugging or shaking hands, we should chest bump. I really tried to make that a thing for a while. I called them chesties. Imagine keeping your retirement money in an IRA with Hood. I mean, if they go under, you'll just move to a different broker, right? Are there more billionaires than any other member subscribed? Probably. Here's the problem with treadmills. They make you never want to move them again, no matter how much you might want to change abodes. Ah, well, you could always just leave it, right? And then get a new treadmill. Thanks for the thoughtful answer to my lazy question. No problem. Hands are the gay barrier? Yeah. I'm still kind of trying to make it a thing. Well, no, you have to leap at each other to do a chest bump. Like off the tippy toes, right? So that your chests meet in the air. It's more for the onlookers than for you. What if that results in the tips touching? Then OPEX. Well, yeah, your hands should definitely be at your sides, or at least, if not behind you. There's no kiss. And if you want to kiss your bros, go ahead, but bro kissing is the neoclassical version of the chest bump. Think we'll see more downside for the tomorrow for the market. Maybe, I don't know. We found a pretty good level here. I tried to make bro netting a thing. It did not catch on. Maybe you didn't try hard enough. Burry has access to more info. Didn't Burry tweet that he's not short? He's probably just long the dollar. Jobless claims prediction. It could be bearish. The labor market's still pretty strong. That's on Costco earnings. The downs after the pre-announcement made me wonder if they're going to buy the actual earnings. Maybe. It could mean that they sell the actual earnings, or earnings isn't very spectacular. I don't hate 4080 as like a long entry. Usually it's kind of hard to get a decent spread on calls though. And theta is usually astronomically expensive. I might wait a little bit. Let me look at my Costco chart. 1 second. I haven't really played Costco for a little while. Not since October. All right, so if Costco falls below 4080, that's a pretty nice entry opportunity for like at the money upside. Maybe like the 4075 level. I would look for stability. Yeah, 4070, well, 4074 to 4076 is where I'd probably want to target. If you really like Costco, you could sell like 4060 puts, and you could go like synthetic long or like long combo, like 4060 put and like a 4080 call. You'd want a lot of theta if you did that though. Uh, Would you be able to go over the flash crash in 2010? Given the rise in LIBOR and the Fed sharing issues and European dollar funding the next day, there might be more to the story than HFT. Yeah, I mean, I would agree that there's more to the story. I think it was kind of like the first like Volmageddon type event that we saw, where you had like large market maker risk offs occur kind of all at once. We've had more of those since. I mean, obviously Volmageddon being the most striking, but I think there was some other issues surrounding that too. Wasn't there like the debt crisis with Greece? I know I'm trying to remember. There was some like really large directional institutional bets at the same time too, which is what triggered like the big market maker like sell off. So I think you saw like a compounding of several events. I don't think it was all just like high frequency traders and front running and like spoofing, right? There was more to it. I know you're bullish on 39.50 zero DTs falling off to get a pop, but remember yesterday they just kept buying more, and the options data is 15 behind. Be careful. I'm not really bullish on them falling off. I just think we'll be kind of stuck to this level for a while. Most of the 39.50s are further dated. I think the 0DTE 39.50s will fall off, but I'm not sure we're going to see the longer dated 39.50s fall off. And if we stay in this range long enough, like into tomorrow, we might start to see like delta neutral positioning built up in this range, right? And then if, you know, the estimations are bullish, we'll drift to the downside or upside of that positioning, depending on its bullish or bearish sentiment for like PPI. Kind of like we saw with the other delta neutral positionings. I think this level's has been the most likely level for uh like a move into PPI or CPI anyway, on like the lower end of the trend. So G Found, have you read there's a bunch of reports on the 2010 crash. I know the SEC and CFTC wrote like some pretty extensive reports on that event. Um, you should read through those. There's more to it than just the high frequency trading. Burry said he was 6 foot and would soon be 1.7 meters, which is 5.5 feet. So he's saying he will soon be shorter by 8.4%. All right. Hopefully you're right and they drop after earnings. Yeah, I wouldn't target the current price level on Costco for an entry. I would be patient and wait for a pullback to like 475. You may not get it, but that's life. Jamie will split the stock 7x, 7x, 4x, 1x. If Jimmy does another stock split and I have to explain multiplication again, I'm done. I'm sorry if you've answered this question. Alex Harris on Bloomberg says 65 trillion of derivatives debt is nothing. I do agree. It's been rising. There's a greater spread in off book, like unreported or off book debt, but that has more probably to do with like dollar value fluctuation. Everything in like the swap and derivatives markets pretty much pinned to the dollar, right? Especially like the FX derivatives. Um and so, you know, with dollar value rising, that increases the kind of the spread there, but I don't really think it's that much money. The derivatives market represents quadrillions of dollars. Tell Carl I have the secret to increasing his tea. Man, don't give him hope. Timed you out. Was that the secret? Upstart Jan 2023, 1750 put 2000. Are you implying that I did that, little kid lover? That wasn't me. Can't hurt. That's true. Yeah. Once you've hit rock bottom. The concern mostly is that they're hidden, so they can't evaluate risk properly. They're not hidden if they've been reported to you, right? Why does everyone... You think you're getting secrets from Bloomberg? Like Bloomberg's just like, hey, look at all this debt no one knows about. Right? Just a layer of critical thought there, right? It doesn't have to be a thick one. If you think Twitter discovered the debt before counterparties did, you're wrong. Why don't you be a pure degen, sell the Upstart shorts at $230 put? Because I don't want to buy Upstart at $230 a share. Yeah, I know, but the premium's just relative to the market price, right? So it's why wouldn't I just buy 100 shares of Upstart? And not lose money on commission and the spread. Just chill. There's probably an argument that selling in the money CSPs puts more pressure on their failed positions. Like in the money CSPs might be greater than calls. You know how to really fuck the shorts on a massive scale? Like if I had like $500 million, I would just sell $5 in the money CSPs and use that to buy 4x at the money call leverage. I don't have that kind of money, so it'd be hard to hedge that position, but I do all of that in the last 5 seconds of the trading day. Discord is not muted. Because, well, you could do something like this, right? You can sell like a Jan 2023, let's see. Like $25 call, right? For $9.30. Well, 9.38, right? And then you can buy 4. Yeah, you can buy 4 at the money calls for the same date. 4 1750 calls. The problem is there's some assignment risk. But you could do it with Jan 24 too. You get less leverage. You'd only get like 2 to 1. Fun stuff though. I used to walk on Pearl Street when homeless. Remember, I didn't have to say anything. Okay. They're not. It's kind of a custom options setup. It's not really. Yeah, it's not really a synthetic. I mean, it is a synthetic long. Be the gamma you want to see in the world. I don't think shorts are nice and comfy at all, or they'd be buying farther dated positioning. Well, you put a ton of positive delta on the chain when you do that, right? So if you're doing the Jans, which are 4-1, right? You're selling negative 77 delta, and then you're buying 4x 48 delta for $2,500 worth of risk. You're leveraging $221 share, or yeah. For no upfront cost. No, 269. Yeah, 269. So the immediate hedge effect is 269 shares. But the maximum would be 500 shares at a net credit, right? It's net credit, isn't it? 930 divided by 184. Oh, you can actually 5x leverage it. It's a 5x leverage. Just barely. So it's 5-1. So it's actually It's actually 317 shares. Which would have so 317 shares would have a current market cost of, how much is Upstart right now? 1661. So for each sold put, you're leveraging $5,200 worth of delta. That's crazy. Be right back. Collateralizing my car for leverage in the stock market. All right, so you're short a put
short put, so double negative, right? Negative 0.77 delta for a credit of $9.30. And then your long 5x at the money calls at 0.48 delta. So it's a total of 317 positive delta. For $0 up front, max risk of 2,500. What are your target lows for GME once they short the piss out of it after earnings? Where do you think the strongest supports are? I have about 150k set aside. I think you meant to write set aside, right? Set said. The 2250 resistance is pretty strong. Potentially, I guess we could see as low as like 2166. Although I feel like that's kind of unlikely. But 2250, 2166 are potential lows. Anything below that's actually worth buying. Only zero up front if you use margin. No, if you it's cash secured, you don't need margin. You sell the 25p, right? And then you get 930 credit and you lose $2,500 out of your account. Then you use the 930 credit to buy 5x at the money calls. You don't need margin for this position. I mean, your cash is locked up if you don't have margin, so you can't leverage. But that's still 6-to-1. That's 6x leverage at 17 to $25. That's insane. Okay, you're reviewing the 2,500 reserve. Yeah, sure. That's still max risk, though, right? Frag, friend of Hedgies. Abandon your hope, pickle jar. You'll never beat my super smart and wise hedgy friends. 'Tis folly. I like it here, and weeklies are good. Blinks rapidly. Noted. Thank you, Frag. Yeah, we'll never win. It's not breaking down all that rapidly, but the range is increasing. I didn't sell my calls. What are you going on about, Mike? These pushes down are getting weaker and weaker, losing their effect. They're weaker. We'll see. As the 39.50 level starts to sell off, I told you guys earlier, we're gonna see wider and wider range. Do you think a strangle would be a good idea? There was an opportunity to do a short strangle earlier as we moved down to the 39.50 level and then close it out once consolidation broke, but I kind of missed that. I noted it after the fact, but that's not really very helpful. I would get your money out before it's too late. It's a shame I had to do it this way. I feel like you're going down a bit of a mental breakdown there, Mike. Just saying cryptic shit in chat. The wider and wider range, do you see a test of 39.65 before end of day? It's possible. Uber's about to have yet another positive EPS. When do you see a test? Or when do you see a swing in profitability coming in for this long-term play? I think back-to-back positive EPS quarters and subscriber growth are going to be very, very good for it. I don't think they're going to see true profitability, like positive EPS, until like end of 2023, maybe beginning 2024. I just sold everything. Thanks, Mike. Mike also has autism, apparently, so please be nice. Don't we all? Yeah, but have you been checked as an adult, BMG? No, I'm just challenged. Thoughts on Jamie IV spike since Friday. 30 days, 60 minutes showing RSI bottomed to nearly the same level as November 9th when Jamie's low was around $22. But today, higher IV than on that date, 130 versus 183. I mean, we have earnings bumping IV right now. That's why the short term IV is going up because earnings is tomorrow after market close. Yep, not autistic, just got the ADHD. All right. In my opinion, 39.40 is a critical level for SPX. Not a lot of fucking interest at that level. What's the effect of the sale of long dated puts and using the credit to buy deep in the money puts closer dated? Looks like 1750p in 2024 sold, then 80p being bought. Shorting using credit to short. That's like a really big bull put spread. Sort of. It's not a bull put, it's bull credit spread? That'd be a credit spread, right? That can't be. So they're buying 80s, selling 1750s? That's fucking weird. Hold on, for Jan 24? Bear put spreads? Uh hold on. Let me look at what the debit is on that. So buying 80s, selling 1750s. That's a massive net debit. They're protecting, I mean, it seems like they're protecting the upside, or they're hedging a spike in volatility. That position, it's shorts, but it's profitable on an increase in volatility. It benefits from time decay, but not anytime soon. It looks like the best potential for near-term profitability is an increase in implied volatility. Yeah, it's a bear put credit spread. Or debit spread, sorry. Bear put spread, not bull put spread. It's Jan 23 ADP, Jan 24 17p. Oh, that's different. Hold on. So Jan 2380. Jan 24. Okay, so reverse diagonal puts. Yeah, right? Yeah, a reverse diagonal put spread. It's still a debit spread. That's more profitable to the downside, but you need a pretty big downside move. That's also profitable on increases in volatility, but less so. Smaller increase in volatility range. I think it'd be more profitable on a drop in volatility in the near term, actually. If they're doing, so 80p. Yeah. Implies a near term drop in the underlying. Yeah, or they're just trying to use the credit to short. For Upstart, send a DM a screenshot from Shift Search. Oh, I don't think those are part of the same trade. You do realize that those Jan $23.80, there's only 2 contracts, right? Why do people even bring this up to me? What's a reverse diagonal spread? Sell far dated puts, then buy nearer dated in the far dated out of the money puts, nearer dated in the money put. So they've used up all their margin and now need credit for more shorting. I would say yes, but they've only bought two $80 contracts. Yeah, it requires it's cheap on margin. It doesn't use up a lot of margin. What are good Greeks for volatility positions on GME? Be more specific. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to get positions with like Vega exposure? You want them to have a lot of theta, and you want them to have less exposure to delta, ideally. So out of the money, far dated calls. So Vega increases as you approach the money, but the more theta you have, the more Vega you have. And so if you buy far out of the money calls with lots of theta, they have higher Vega exposure, like a higher Vega, well, it's higher sensitivity to implied volatility and less sensitivity to delta. Freddy Three Finger, what happened to the rest of your fingers? He DRS'd them. Ouch. Today's gonna be a very boring day, I think. Are you making a pun off digits? Ryan Shank, you're better than that. Comments on Market Chameleon usefulness. It's not worth any of the money you could pay for it. At all. Most of their like IV indicators and like delta hedging indicators are just wrong. Like their math is bad. So like their estimations on volume like they're way off. Sometimes it's really bad. Won't be boring for me if Braba breaks clean from 92. Yeah, Baba's starting to look pretty good. Need to check. Q. Yeah, oil's still sliding down to 74. Dixie is just not really dropping much. You know I am, and you know I'm not better than that. That's on Jan monthly at the money spy call. It's not terrible. Zero DT 3950C win. Probably at the test of 3942. Is my VIX June 2130 strike a good buy to pick up as a portfolio hedge at this price? If you're hedging your portfolio with VIX, you have to do it with in the money calls. What percentage of long-term SPX puts have you entered already? Not a lot, like 15, 20%. I picked up some earlier in the day yesterday, but those are nearer the money. The sold 1750 puts in Jan are to pay for short term near to pay to short in the near term. I mean, they're generating credit. I don't know if they're being used to pay for anything. For all you know, that could be like a synthetic long position being taken. It's a big assumption to assume that they're using that money to short. No, but there's a ton of APIs if you're like versed in Python, you can probably make use of them. If I was a QQQ bear instead of a spy bear, I could be rich. That's what I said in the pickles picks. QQQ's been moving far more than SPX lately. It doesn't have as much oil exposure, which means if it does run, it'll probably run harder. How far in the money for VIX calls to just above expected pullback level? Thanks. How far in the money for the VIX calls? Usually deep in the money. If you're trying to hedge your portfolio, you just want to be exposed to changes in delta. Like 0.7 or 0.8 delta usually. You have to manage that position too. You have to sell like PMCCs against it when it's declining, or buy puts. Like you can't just buy in the money VIX calls and just leave them there. It's more complicated than that, but I don't have pickles picks. Really? I thought you were a billionaire. I'm only versed in trouser Python. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna go chug some Dayquil. I'll be right back. I've decided on what my sick lunch is going to be. I'm going to have Jamaican beef patties that are a day old and soup. I didn't have a spicy soup, and I don't have any chili oil, so soup is poor people food, isn't it? What are your thoughts on Carvana now? I still hate it. Did it go up? I think I still have calls. Do I? Mm, hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's not doing much with the market down. It's only poor people food if the soup is hot. Soup is the only food which is simultaneously exclusively for poor and really wealthy people. Well, the soup I'm eating is definitely poor people soup. Are you still long Campbell's? Yeah. I'm not saying to full port into Campbell's. If you didn't do that the first time, you missed the opportunity. This was the Pickles Picks entry. Can you explain how to use protective puts? At the money puts with 90 to 180 DTE expirations at a minimum. Ideally longer. Show everyone the Pickles Picks cat entry. Oh, yeah. You mean right here? That was a good one. Oh, no, it was the bottom. When is a good time to stop leaving room for Jesus? Usually after you've presented at least like a promise ring. Not fully proposed, but you know, you're going steady. Show your HKD entry. There isn't one. What would you say is the win percentage of Pickles Picks? I don't know. That can vary wildly depending on individual positioning, like when you choose to enter, what strikes you enter at. People keep subscribing, so I'm going to assume that they're usually pretty good. Does it count if your yogurt slinger is just extra long and sneaky and you're at arm's length? No. God gave you no control over that, actually. You just can't touch it. So I don't know I don't know how else you're supposed to control it. The win percent varies wildly depending on if I play Pickles Picks or not with real money. Show your BBBY exit. I sold most of it off on the second bounce. I sold some on the first, though. I was out of like half my position at like the first test of 25. The problem was I held the other half through the drop and then had to sell it on the bounce before that stupid fucking call. Even worse was that I rolled all of my August 16s or August, was it the August 19, whatever the fucking monthly strike was. I rolled them all like 2 weeks before it ran out to January. I had way more leverage before that, and those calls would have like 20x'd. Pickles picks are great supplemental income for degenerate calls. Yeah, I feel like that's their most common use. Inverse index ETF, leverage 3 times. Thoughts? I mean, they're supposed to be for short-term positioning. What do you want to do with them? That's the second time you've asked me that today, Maeve. No, I haven't rolled January's. I bought some more today. I sold some CSPs. I'm not particularly off-put by a $2 drop to the downside. What about Ryan Cohen's little brother getting killed? What? When did that happen? That's sad. Is that real? Or are you just saying shit? Well, you can't post the link in YouTube chat. How much downside does SPX have? I mean, my puts kind of hope a little bit more, but probably not much more. Like I said, 39.50 is going to be probably the range in which we trade. So 39.60 at 39.40, and then we'll see if we bounce here. If they keep leveraging the downside, maybe 39.30. How do I post so you can see it? Put it in the Discord? I don't know. You say something bullish about GME. We haven't been below 25 in a hot minute. No. I don't have anything to say about GME being below 25 that I haven't already said. Thoughts on Tarbell selling AMC and being all GME now? Who gives a fuck? Can you take a look at Zom's chart and temper my bullishness? Oil's coming down pretty hard right now, which I think is kind of ridiculous. But Zom back to like, well, there's some support here at 100, but if it keeps slipping like this, back to like 96. Yeah. That's on the contango and the oil's futures market. Oil's being priced higher in the future than spot. So oil's expected to go up over time. Oil being down makes sense. Gas at Costco is down to $2.99 this last week. I mean, those aren't really the same thing. How am I still up on my GME share? I don't know. You have a low cost basis? You just have one share of GME? Spare some copium for the poor. Nothing fun's gonna happen for a few days. Playing Pickles picks with spreads instead of straight up calls protects the downside, but limits upside leverage, correct? Limits upside profitability. You can also get more theta on spreads. You can just DM it to me on the Discord. No, I have 25 shares and I'm up $10 now. Nice, dude. I don't have Discord. Oh. Send me the link on Reddit. Like, DM it to me on Reddit. I can't promise I'll ever see it, but... Are you gonna roll out your Netflix calls, or do you think it can hit 325 by next week? We'll see. I might roll them out. I might average them down. I haven't decided yet. I think the market's anticipating bullish PPI and CPI data. And shorts are trying to drag prices down so they can reposition. DM on Twitter. Yeah, yeah. I don't see this news anywhere. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, a quick Google search didn't yield any results for me either. Yeah, why don't you just say what the site is, or... Alright, I think I'm just gonna close my straddle here. I wonder if it's smart to do that now, or just wait. I have... I have 4 days till expiration. Oh, yeah. Hmm. Could we retest 3,900? Not with the current positioning, but that could change. I feel like if I don't take some profits on the straddle here, I'm just being greedy. Alright, 3930 has picked up a fairly significant amount of interest. As has 3960. It's a little stronger on the downside now. Not much though. 3940 is kind of dead on either side. 3930 is pretty decent, but it looks like we're bouncing higher than that right now. Hmm. Did you get the link on Reddit? I have no idea. Hold on. The fuck? It's a Facebook post? Oh, I'm not fucking clicking that. I don't have Facebook. I don't think I can look at it without an account. You click it, Zuck will know everything. This says another crypto billionaire, Nikolai Mushgayan, found dead near beach in San Juan, Puerto Rico, due to him allegedly drowning. What the fuck does this have to do with Ryan Cohen? Ban him? I think Fluffy already did. Fluffy has zero tolerance for that kind of shit. What are your thoughts on April 30-40 calls on Upstart? Thanks. The spreads are kind of wide, but it's probably more than enough theta. Now I kind of want to know why he thinks that has anything to do with Ryan Cohen, though. And I can't ask him because Fluffy banned him. Damn it, Fluffy. That was the most interesting thing that was going to happen today. The non-profligate, what's the bull thesis on MMTLP? Something about going private, funding secured. They think that the shorts are underwater uh on the dividend. Like they carried their shorts over through the preferred dividend split off, and that the shorts need squeezed out, and that MMTLP's oil fields are worth billions and billions of dollars, even though a drill bit has never been stuck in the fucking ground. See, dude, they're stuffing every turnaround. They're not really stuffing anything. They're just buying out of the money puts. They're not buying in the money puts today. So the downside's a little bit weaker. We're just kind of drifting today, whereas yesterday it was more active. Yesterday they were buying like big blocks of in the money 0 DTE puts, and like the closest strike out and in. Today they're just buying like out of the money ones. I don't know if they'll be able to get it much below like 39.30. They seem to be easing up a bit. The volume's dropped on the contracts. Although that could just be an effect of midday. That's when Jamie calls after they kneecap it after hours. Better because IV will crush. For SPX splits, yeah, they're mostly 0 DTs. The 39.50 strike was further dated. So's the 3900 strike. I don't know if they're trying to get it down to 3900. If they are, they've got to really ramp up the pressure though. And at these levels, there's a higher chance that the 3950s can start to capitulate, and long interest will build up at 3950 and higher, right? Nice, dude. This is a bit scary. If SPX goes below 39.30, I see a potential for a waterfall sell-off. Really? Where? I mean, after 3,900, there's almost no put interest open anywhere. So those positions would still have to be built up. All of the short positioning is short dated. It's not going to have a lasting effect, I don't think. I have SPX 2700p for 330. Cost base is 1330. It's at 920 right now. I feel like I should have averaged down at 7. I'm wondering if I should sell now and wait for a SPY run, or average down the next time it goes up. I mean, you have a lot of theta. I don't know how many contracts you have. You could, if you think you can get it for cheaper later, but that kind of downside projection is like that far out of the money is usually bought in order to hedge a large sell-off. $4,000s for next Friday look good. I'm thinking about picking one up. It's kind of risky, right? I don't know if I want that much theta on the long side of anything. I rolled my 4070s to next week, but the cost basis on them was already mostly dealt with the other side of the straddle, so I'm more okay with that. But like actually leveraging long side positions that far out, I don't know. Maybe once we have like PPI data. I mean, the ETF FTDs for Upstart are only today. They're not continuing. It's just there's just a spike on them today. GME too. $258,838, 3,900 Ps on SPX, according to the OI this morning. Yeah. A lot of those are sold, though. The net gamma at that strike is like negative 78 million. It's not that crazy. Someone has a shitload of long gamma at 38.35. Is that the low end of the rolled strangle? I didn't look to see what strikes they rolled the strangle to. Wasteful squanderer of opportunities. That's on gold and silver. Some of the better miners like NEM. I don't know if I'd target a miner. I'd probably just buy GLD, but I'm not a huge fan of it. I guess if we get a market crash and commodities heat up, gold will probably do well, but it's already kind of high. How's call side positioning looking? Mostly the same as it was. Cal looking to bounce at 2020, 226.25. Are we going down, or are we going down to 225.50 or even lower? I have no idea. I'm not playing Cat. Cat can move down to the 223.32 resistance. The resistances you just mentioned aren't real. There's one at like there's kind of one at like 225.15, but not really. And it's not supported with previous price action at all. There is resistance at 223.32. It could fall to that level. Why is everyone talking about a market drop again? What did I miss? The market's pulling back a little bit from its most recent run. People think it's the end of the world, and it means that we're going back down to like 3,600, which right now it absolutely does not fucking mean at all. SPX can go up by end of day. I think that'll depend on what happens with the 39.50 strike. Maybe by this afternoon, I'd like to see a turnaround back towards 39.50. As some of the 0DT positioning there takes some profits. 39.35 and 39.45 kind of bled off, so there was already profit taking at those levels. 39.40 is weakening, but it hasn't fallen off very dramatically yet. 39.50 is still pretty strong. 3,900 is also fairly strong. So we'll see where we drift. There's really not enough volume to try to determine the momentum, though. I would say that the majority of the gamma weight is in the money now, which increases the likelihood that profits are taken, right? Our Jan 20C is no longer considered enough theta for Upstart. They're fine. What's wrong with them? Are you listening to people in the Porous chat? Just, you could do that or ignore them. Welcome to Dillionaire, Walt Shillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. I mean, I told people this morning you can buy puts at 39.60. Those have been pretty good. Any SPY call suggestions for the short term rather than SPX, or would you recommend SPXL or similar? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't play the long side of the SPX right now, unless you want to do it with some serious theta. Like you probably want like at least 5 to 6 trading days without any significant decay. SPXL is fine, but you need a strong move. I don't think we're going to see a strong move to the upside probably for a couple days. Well, the short positioning is really strong, and the bulls have no reason to fight back against it, right? The bulls are already positioned for CPI. So why not just let the shorts drive up the cost of shorts by spiking VIX, right? And just use the downside price to buy more leveraged long positions. I mean, you can do what longs are doing, right? They're buying like 4,000, 40, 50, 4,100 calls on the drop, but they're getting like a decent amount of theta on them. December 30th, Jan 20. Does the effect of any positive CPI print diminished at all because of this price action? Okay, listen, the market's only down like 400 basis points. It's it's not that huge of a move, especially given recent moves. The last CPI print saw it go up like 560 points in a single day. And we're at a higher level now, so 500 and like the same BPS move would be even more significant. Looks like straddles every day. Yeah, I'm just trying to leave like the long side open. So I'm buying a little more theta on the long side of the straddles. Uh-oh, ape down to 88 cents. Which comes first, 50 cents or AMC to $5 or $6? I've been told the latest FTDs on AMC are proof of crime, so moon soon, I guess. I think there's more than sufficient volume to clear all of that up through CNS, right? All powerful CNS. Let's fucking go, Pickle Man. Thanks, Walt. I appreciate it. No worries. I think a few people have had to reset their credit cards this month. Sorry, guys, this is all my fault. I sold off all my SPXS like 4 or 5 trading days ago. I don't think it's all your fault. Where best to learn about CNS? Look up continuous net settlement, and there's plenty of guidebooks and shit through FINRA and the NSCC. Tons and tons of PDFs. I do think World Cup will affect next Fubo earnings. Hopefully we see a bigger growth in subscribers. Okay, so whoever was asking me about Costco earlier, Costco now just below 4080. That support level is at like 4074 20 through 4076 50. So keep an eye on it now because it's approaching that level now. Eh, 3900 doesn't seem so unlikely. Higher low here would be kind of bullish, I think. You trade down for anyone else? I have no idea. I'm sure someone else could weigh in though. Or if they finally cut me off. I have a 403 spy call that's 60% down for 1216. Cut losses or hold for good PPI. 403. You'd need CPI probably to hit that target. So you'd be holding it into Monday. You could average it down. It's not. I have 4070s open and 3990 calls open. I'm a little more confident in the 3990s than the 4070s, but a good CPI print could see both of those print. Um, maybe you could use it as part of like a wide strangle. Like you could average it down and then get puts at 3900. That's a really wide range, but I think CPI will create enough volatility for that most likely. If it doesn't, the Fed meeting following it will. I was thinking about cost. Oh, okay. I've been in meetings all morning, about to go into more. Has the pickle jar fallen into the depths of despair yet? It's getting close. I'm starting to feel a little bullish about it. You think it's unlikely that Jimmy and Upstart rip at different times? Yeah, probably not. How much DT on the 3990C? 5 or 1216? They're for 1216. And I rolled the 40s. I'm going to roll the 4070s out probably to January. Just so I don't have to worry about the decay in the near term. Yeah, but you're always in a state of total despair, Bruce Wayne. Still Jimmy CSV for 21 strike this week and buy some 29 strike calls. I guess you could. Moving down towards 2250. Yeah, the chance of assignment is pretty small with earnings on Wednesday. Probably not a big deal. Ooh, hold on. I need to look at something here. 1 second. This would be a nice range for a turnaround. Five-minute here. I think we might be bottoming out. At least on longer time frames, it looks like we're hitting a bottom here. Close. The problem is on longer term time frames, this bottom could be like 3900, 3906. I guess we'll see. Although that kind of looks like a turnaround on the 1 hour. Huh. Maybe. And maybe this is a bounce. We start to see some 3950 sell off. All right, I'm gonna cut some of these puts. Hold on. Are ETF FTDs now presumably on Upstart? If so, how come it's just moved down? Too much market down pressure? Yeah, and not enough FTDs. Right, the ETF FTDs aren't extraordinarily high for either one. We saw an increase in volume on both stocks today, which is about all you're going to get with FTDs most of the time. Unless they're significantly higher. The ETFs that had FTDs don't have very much Upstart exposure to. Yeah, that's true. They lined up the whole market against the wall and shot it, plumber poopy hands. Thoughts of quadrupling down on Upstart calls in this dip and praying for a rip for life-changing money. That sounds like a terrible investment strategy. I just sold some 24 CCs on GME for the week. Why? Why are people selling cover calls into a drop? They're mad at the stock. And people's psychology sometimes just... I don't get it. Why, Mark Long? Why? Hey, I just bought those $24 calls. I'm seeing Evie and Jimmy at 99%. Isn't usually much higher pre-earnings? Are you positioning in any options in case of an earnings surprise? No. I have an obscene number of GME shares. I don't need to buy extra leverage if there's an earnings surprise. What do you see the bottom for Fubo being? It's around like $2.47. I lost too much on zero DTs and need to cover margin. Oh. How about Jimmy reaching 30.35 so I can close and have my life-changing money back? Holding for 2 years. We'll see. Gotta wait. I like how impatient people are getting. This is a very good sign. I should be the PM in Canada and have your platform be on making CSPs okay. No one will know what the fuck I'm talking about. Why do your Upstart candles look so dramatic? I don't know. I'm probably just too zoomed in. They're kind of dramatic. The spread on Upstart's been pretty wide when it moves up. Like the ask side of the order book's pretty light. Wasn't the rip your face off March run predicted by people selling CCs too soon, like Moonwind? Yeah, usually. Usually when people get desperate enough to start selling covered calls into a dropping price, that's when I mean they just add to the upside when they have to pull them back, right? But I've been buying Upstart calls. Is that still advisable? Yeah, I have two. I bought some more today on the dip. I'm more concerned with selling CSPs on the dip, but I've also bought some more Jan calls. I'm gonna probably keep averaging them down. Do you believe that Fubo will go over $4 at some point before the end of the year? That's possible. Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. It's called scalping CCs, and it's elegant as fuck. Ugh, gross. Just buy puts. Is Jimmy getting shafted so bad? Bullish? Historically, yes. Are you playing GME earnings? Man, I have like more than 160,000 shares. I'm playing all the earnings, always. I'm buying March calls instead of Jan because I'm poor. Will that strategy only keep me poor, or is it an okay way to limit risk? It limits theta decay. Cork is stocks. I don't know if I could get any more fucking exposure to GameStop. Is Fubo gonna go up 60% before end of year? Gork, that sounds reasonable, sure. It just needs one run, right? It's still in the basket. It's still heavily shorted, right? It's very heavily shorted. Follow-up question. How much do you not like SPY price target questions for CPI? I think it's kind of ridiculous to try to predict price targets for a binary event. Either CPI is good, market go up, or CPI bad, market go down. But Gork, do I buy or sell puts or calls? Now you're just overcomplicating it, Jay Fresh. Didn't Fubo execs buy at this range? 247. The CEO. Where's the liquidity coming from for this shorting? Well, GME has plenty of like lending pool liquidity. There's also a lot of ETF liquidity every day, right? So yeah, they can grind the ETFs down into the dirt. Upstart a little less liquidity, but if you look, they've been a little less successful in shorting it, right? Upstart doesn't have as much ETF liquidity available. What about CPI bad? Market go up? Not likely. How likely is SPX to recover to 4,000 before close on Friday? I mean, 4,000 isn't outside of the range of possibility, but PPI would have to be very strong, I think, for that to happen. If we start to see more of a recovery into the midweek, then I would feel a little bit better about that possibility. Can you do me a favor and give me a price prediction down to the penny for the next 4 GME earnings? 0, 0, 0, and 0. How did I do? Most would have happened quickly if retail had simply deployed billions of dollars to go synthetic long on all the ETFs containing GME over the course of a couple hours. Yes, that's you're not wrong, Dork. There wasn't an average price. Those were awarded shares. Oh shit, my food. I'll be right back. Inverse Head and Shoulders on SPX. Hello? Jeez, price action's annoying. Boring. Puts have been good, though. Oh, I see the inverse head and shoulders was ruined. Sorry, who's the Lenexus? That doesn't matter. Linux kicking the can today. It's not cold soup, it's hot soup. I'm sick, Mike sells CCs. You want me to take the day off and leave you with Carl? I can't. I have puts open, but Lenexus just said holiday deferment. You know, I used to like Lenexus a lot. And then he wrote that like one super speculative DD where he claimed that insiders were on the move and he knew when MOASS was going to happen. And then someone asked me about it, and I was like, oh, that's a giant pile of horse shit. And then he got mad at me. Like, I think deep down he thought he was really offering up some compelling evidence of something. No, Gaff, I've always hated you. But since you also work in finance, you understand that that hatred only brings us closer. Mutual hatred is the tightest bond. Ooh, more downside? I don't know. Just like maybe. Let me look at the Do, 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 do. Mm. 39.25 is getting a little spicier. Mm. $39.50 is not dropping off much, so it's holding. It's down a couple million, but not a ton. Upstart is winning the boof race. Oh yeah, what did I'm curious to know what boofing looks like after yesterday. I didn't look at it. Hmm. Upstart's boof indicator went to 65. Jamie also spiked up pretty hard. 73. Damn. Shorting the fuck out of these, huh? Is this NOPEX? No. Not even near a monthly options expiration. Ban the scourge that is low T, Carl. What? Carl's glorious. My 24 CCs are green. So you're just trading them? What if price spikes? Gross. Why not just buy puts? Very large floor trades happening on Upstart. 80K contracts. Ooh. Fun. So here's the problem, Mark Long. Is you're green on your covered call, but you're equally down on your shares. Unless you're selling naked calls. That's a different story, though. Official, is this NOPEX count while not in the OPEC settlement window? 1. There's been more than that today. Yeah, but he's up 50 cents and down $2,000. 50 cents more than I had before this morning. Fair enough. Still risky. Careful holding them overnight, though, because earnings is tomorrow and IV can tick up. It hasn't gone up much, but it can go up more tomorrow. So bought December 16, $25 call. Sold December 2250 or Jan 2250. Put. That's a lot of fucking contracts. Interesting. Maybe bat bones. Yeah, I saw the DM OG. A lot of contracts. No, I said IV can go up into earnings more. My favorite theory is DFV was the cycles, and him buying back his calls is why we got VAPs. Yeah, so if you sell covered calls today, you risk that IV climbs tomorrow, even if price is down. Yeah, I have no idea what the strategy is on them either because there's so many of them. But yeah, that's a lot of fucking floor trades. Yeah, Google's more like you buy it now and then in 10 years it's worth a lot more. If you were trading it, you should have sold it when it was green, right? Are all of them floor trades? I don't have no one sent me the routing info, but that's what they're saying. You think that actually presents a threat to their moat in the next 10 years? Wouldn't Google just acquire them? Google has some pretty advanced AI themselves, right? There's a bunch of them, but they're all roughly between 22 and $30 strikes. There are 40. There's some 40s and 35s. Bought and sold calls and puts. 40,000. That's about 80,000 contracts. It's a lot. It's a lot of positioning. Is Jimmy being shorted hard? Looks like it, yeah. Should be interested to see where it goes in the next 3 to 5 years. I probably won't hold my Google that long, but I asked it to build me a day-by-day meal plan for a family with 4 different proteins and less than 40 minutes prep for each meal. They kicked it out in seconds, and it legit looks like good food. Huh. That's impressive. This shorting usually means a pop the next day. It can, yeah. Although this is 2 consecutive days of pretty heavy shorting. I think it's perfectly reasonable that they continue to short into earnings to, if not unlock retail liquidity, to unlock institutional liquidity. I already said like 2250 or 2160. We can see a volatility spike below that level, but there's too many buyers at those prices. I full ported into December 30 calls to play the IV bump yesterday. You should never do that. You sell volatility into earnings, you don't buy it. What happened to that wizard custom indicator you had? We were calling out upcoming moves like a goddamn auction house. That shit was fun. Do it again. The people need it. No. Is there anything that can't be described by math? My feelings for you, Shane McCartney. Touchy tips equal touchy ribs. It's actually the tips moving away from each other that's the rippy part. Good talk. Thanks, Walken. Why didn't you advise me last week to sell in the money CC on GME to capture the sweet Delta drop? Because I'm not your financial advisor, Meatwad sub. What is a meatwad? Uh, do you think the drop on Bobby was a stop loss hunt? What's your favorite Christmas baking? I like to bake everyone a fruitcake. Then I leave them on my counter for a few days till they get really stale. Vacuum pack them and mail them out to everyone in January. I think the 10 and 7.3K contract trades were rolls from December to Jan of some kind. Okay. They're rolling a little late. We rolled last week. Can I send you AI written fan fiction about you and the Dans? I mean, you're gonna do it anyway, right? What do you got, Dork? This is what it feels like to chew 5 gum. Nice. Is that the 1 minute? Cool. What's the advantage of completing floor trades versus normal trades? Everyone can see them. I don't know, you're on a trading floor. So that's where you're trading from. You have a desk there. I don't think there's an advantage. Probably a disadvantage. Meatwad is Aqua Teen Hunger Force? I don't know what that is. What happened to School of Stock? It's still there. It has both of the relevant videos I've needed to make for it so far. Next, I'm going to do one on spreads. It should be done in about 7 to 8 months. If you knew you had a ton of covering to happen by T+2 after OPEX and wanted to prevent FOMO, wouldn't you short now and until next week? And then next week cover some, then and spike IV before T+2? Sure. Why do they not want FOMO? What if you shorted the shit out of the stock and used that opportunity to buy lots and lots of calls And then when you're covered, all your calls go in the money. Should I try trading on my floor instead of my desk? Possibly. Let me know if you need a human demo for spreads. I'm quite flexible. I don't know if you're ready, Popcorn Trader. I'm gonna split you like Ryan Cohen did GME. How much more SPX downs do you think before a rebound? How much of a rebound are you looking for? We might go to 3,900. It's in the cards. It's so close. Just stay short. The ETF FTDs might be stabilizing the price against the dropping market Euro dinner. That's possible. There's not really that many of them, so sure. I mean, it's performing better than GME is. Ooh, Costco down to 277, 477. GME 23.28. I was thinking we'd start with preserves and jams, and then kind of work our way up to jellies and compotes. I don't know how people aren't bullish as fuck on them actually shorting GME. This is everyone's favorite part. You know, every time this has happened in the past, the reaction to it has been exactly the same. And I don't get it. Okay, like, all right, back here, like pre-May and in Feb, okay, I understand. We didn't know what the fuck was gonna happen, right? But then when they did it in August and people got really sad, all right, sure, we were significantly down from $300. I get it. But then in November, and then in March, and then in May, like when are you gonna just accept that this is part of the deal and stop being sad about it? I'll see you in a bit, trash. Is this the infamous melt up? You mean the price action that occurred from October 13th through the beginning of this week? Were you not here for that part? Nick N08? You've come in after it's over and questioned where it is? Your timing is terrible. Where do the marmalades and chutneys fit in this equation? That's level 3 trading. We don't have to worry about that right now. Yeah, but the entire market is going down too. Yeah, it did at those other points also. Can you get a Discord channel for mobile platform traders? I guess. You can just make a thread. That's my secret, Gurk. I'm always sad. Nice. It sounds like you don't have a lot of confidence in the stock you purchased, Captain Mogan. 2250 Jan 20 Cs, 10k calls, good entry. It's cheap. I think the issue on the melt up is that while the market melted up from 3060 to 4010, GME, Upstart, and Fubo have done very little. Oh, but a lot of effort was expended in ensuring that, right? That's what we care about. We don't expect them to move in line with the market or outperform the market, right? Contrary to popular belief, shorted stocks tend to be shorted on occasion. I DM'd you unrequested fanfiction. Thank you so much. Stop retracting your messages, Bipolar Bear. Time to YOLO into SPX 3890s. Here I go gambling again. So you're buying $40 out of the money puts probably at the bottom of a drop. All right. I saw an article today claiming meme stock mania is finally dead. Nice. I'm still in it. Seems like a pile of trash. It's either that or it's gonna just stay a business. Wait, where did you get tic-tac-toe fruit snacks? He's buying the dip. I fail to see the problem here. To his credit, I felt like the bottom of this SPX drop was 39.50. Well, we held there for a little while. And then we moved further down. Did anybody actually buy puts this morning when I was like, puts look really good this morning? I know someone did. There we go. Dan Weekly's in walk-in. Good job, guys. I need some positivity. All this sentiment's gross. We haven't seen this much shorting occurring on Jimmy since March. Does this mean we get a pretty explosive December OPEX like March? Can it possibly test 42? Time will tell. I don't know. Yeah, it's possible. It depends on how many calls get bought. I'm up on my morning straddle. I wish I would have stayed in it longer. I'm making money today. Nice, man. Yeah, I closed out about half my puts from my straddle so far. I've got stops on the rest, but it doesn't look like we're bouncing today. Well, you know, a lot of people are poor statistically. F. Did I get banned? What happened? I don't have a foot switch. I bought out of the money spy puts a week ago because put skew and IV were favorable. Those two things kind of signal the run being over. VIX below 20. I got some. I don't think the run's over though. CPI is too important. And VIX is still being suppressed, right? Otherwise, they just let VIX rip. Cat 230 calls? Why do you have cat calls? ShopRite? I don't have those here. Turns out if you don't grocery shop at the corner bodega, there are more options. The trick is not to go as high as Whole Foods, but not as low as F&D, deli, and grocery. I don't do my grocery shopping at a corner bodega. I do go to Whole Foods a lot, though. That's kind of all we have here. There's D'Agostino's, but that's also kind of overpriced. There's Trader Joe's. They definitely don't have tic-tac-toe fruit gummies. Oh no, not MOASS. Oh well. Am I the reason for the green candles on GME? Did you buy back your covered calls and also turn around the SPX at the same time? I'm basically full port Upstart GME Fubo. I keep losing money. What's the bear case downside to Upstart? On Upstart? I mean, I guess no covering occurs and it just stays in this price range forever. You think they'll be able to keep Upstart this low over the next couple of days? I don't know. It just popped back above view up pretty fast there. On not a lot of momentum either. Maybe. Look how everyone's bullish now. Fuck all of you. Even the ones that didn't get bearish and are fuck you too. Why do I do this to myself every day? Don't act bullish now. It's still down on the day. It's down 3%. Okay? Just because it went back above VWAP for a second doesn't mean that we're up on the day. Jay Fresh, are you around? Do you want to be moderator? Where is he? I know he's here. No, this isn't Moana. SPX is trading around like just above 30.70, I think. The timestamp, it'd be somewhere right around here. So before 10 a.m. That's when I bought my 0DT puts. Probably not. Bipolar bear. You forgot sell CCs at bottom, get assigned. I hope $24 CC guy bought his CCs back. Where's the part where people asked if it's a NOPEX on December 6th? That was just the whole day. The hardest part about it is it's the same people that are super bearish that are immediately bullish on any sign of a turnaround. You're telling me this doesn't rustle your jimmies even a little bit? No? I still sold $17 CSPs on Upstart, so not yet. My jimmies will be rustled above 17. Buy low, sell high. Right? If you're bullish on something and it's cheaper, why are you complaining? Sure, it's same like Bed Bath & Beyond 20% off coupon. I just finished recording and mixing down this year's holiday song. I didn't remove the part about when upstarts squirt, so it only makes sense that it will run now. Pickles, bless everyone. Thank you so much, Taryn. I can't wait to hear it, man. No, that's not a reliable strategy, Gilgamesh. It's okay right now because market volatility is insane, but that shows they were always bullish with a huge helping of lack of confidence in their thesis. Here's what I don't get though. Why would you buy it in the first place if you're not going to stay bullish on it? If you're buying into something like any stock and your only expectation is for it to just go up, you're going to lose almost every time. It happens once in a while. Sometimes there's things like Dole where you buy them and then they just start going up and they never go down again ever, no matter how much you want them to. But that's not really how things work. Like I think people expect to buy calls and then those calls to be positively priced against their initial premium always until they decide to sell them. And that's a really fucking unrealistic expectation. I just want to say something. I was here when Girk was repeatedly asked about Bobby and when it was going to move. Patience he preached, and same with GME in March. And why is it sub 85? Upstart next. Looks pretty good to me. Girk, don't let the poorest take you down. They're trying to drag me down to their level. Help. Counter is we are doing risky trades, and stop losses have to be a consideration. They should always be a consideration. Imagine having no risk protection on highly leveraged assets that are inherently devaluing every minute of the day. There's a constant you're buying a depreciating asset when you buy options. Preach Goric, I paper handed my Bobby calls 2 weeks before the run when it was all ouchies and missed out on over 70K in profits. Seriously. Yeah, I considered stop losses, and then I said to myself, what's an exit strategy? Fuck you, Dork. No stop losses. I stay away from trading strategies that make them necessary. That's fair. I tried DMing you on Discord. It told me I couldn't because we don't share a server. I didn't think I was regarded, but I guess I was wrong. Could you have Cat Lady remind you to add me? Just join the Discord server. It's in the description down below. Poe Dangles. It turns out selling $24 CCs was a very bad idea. I'm not gonna say I told you so. Do you think you might buy a strangle on SPX before close? I'll probably just straddle it again. Does Cat Lady know you stream? I don't know. I assume that she can hear everything I say in my apartment because I can hear everything she says in hers, and there's no way that only works one way, right? All this strangle and straddle talk is making me bi-curious. Sounds like you're broadening your horizons, plumber poopy hands. Buying options is like a new girlfriend. They take up a lot of your time and money. You should always use protection, and at first they'll go down on you a lot. But it always fades over time. I can confirm I've never been bearish because of something you've said. I can also confirm I care far too little about anything you've said to actually bother one way or the other. So, yeah, but imagine if you listened to me about buying Bitcoin at 16 when you told me it wasn't possible, Gaff. Wait till it hits 11. There's no Pickle Man and Cat Lady love arc. Let me put it to you this way, good Godfrey. If you spend all your food money on options, you can't get fat. Or at least not fatter. I have a thesis. Fuck it. You're either a scalper trying to get those bitch ass gains, which is cool if you make 30 fucking trades a day, but none of you motherfuckers are here for that. You either believe in it or you don't. If you read the DD and think, yeah, I agree, then shut your mouth. I mean, I'd get it if I wasn't like also in the same play. Like if I was just dishing shit out and I didn't have any money on the line, that would be like kind of disingenuous, right? But I'm in it too. Like my shit's down and I'm not complaining or whining or crying about it. I was like, "Oh, my calls are cheaper. I can average them down." And then I bought more of them. Jimmy's so illiquid. I'm a whale now. You've really convinced yourself that you started this run, huh? They probably put their kids' life savings into BBBY weeklies and are now panicking. Oh Jesus, I forgot about that stock. Rough. Well, GME has 6 consecutive red candles. Wait, hold on. I think it's 6. No. We'll go back to Hankanashi. That way it's more bearish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 7 consecutive red candles. So, yeah, I expect the complaints to start any second. What do you think is really going on with Upstart right now? I think they have very little liquidity and they're attempting to short it synthetically, which is slipping in its effectiveness. I went back and listened to the video. You did in fact says looks weak. We might go down to test 39.50 today. Tell me again why we should not ghost your plays. Well, because first of all, you can't see them usually. That's a good reason. Second of all, because our positions are way different. I can hedge more effectively. Probably. Well, I don't know how much money you have, but if things get out of control for me, I can hedge things to a point where I can minimize my losses. And not everyone's in that position. It's better to form your own thesis and based on your own risk and your own amount of capital. Now, if I say something like that and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see that, and I can position in X or Y way and capture that move, then that's great, right? That just is another layer of confirmation for you. But to just directly ghost is not a good idea. Buy 84 $30 calls on GME and watch it rocket. Haven't you done that already? My new chair has arrived. I'm so excited. People need a reason to complain. That is crazy. It's much easier to just constantly complain. As my financial advisor, I'm appalled by how little you actually advise me. How did I do? Uh just say if things get out of hand, I can skip steak dinner, whereas you can't skip ramen. Fair. There's no assembly. I paid so much money for the chair up front that they did all the work for me. How many pieces of your desk are you still waiting for? 9. I'm waiting on 9 more pieces of my desk, I think. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna auction off this chair to the highest bidder, and then I'm gonna use that money to get half squat counseling of some sort. I've not bought a lot of desks in my time, but I feel that is 8 more pieces than should just exist. Period. You'd think so, but no. Like I have the tabletop, but I don't have the base, which comes in several pieces. Um, well, I have the left side of the base, but not the right side of the base. I don't have the little switch that moves the desk up and down yet. I think those are the important parts that I'm missing. The rest of it's like stupid add-on shit. $10K. Do you mind sharing what model and make chair you got? I got the steel case. I can never remember the name of it. Gesture with the headrest. Yes. Uh $17 CSPs with away. I think it's got 2 motors. I think it has 1 in each leg. I'll pay you my RevRQ shares. How many you got? You're not concerned with the Discord buying your chair, marinating the chair in the bathtub, and selling the water individually. Uh, yeah, you know what? You're right. That is a secondary market I'd rather have control over. Did Upstart IV just shoot up? It went up a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. What is the top left stock? Upstart. What am I gonna do with a chair that's tailored for centaurs? I don't know. You'll figure it out. I will co-fi you $50 for bathwater right now. I'm too tall for my bathtub. It would be difficult to make a batch of water. Trash Can has never had a bad day because he's not here for the stack. Interesting. He gets his fix no matter the price action. I've definitely sent him to the bunk at least once today. You need an emotion indicator on the stream so we know how to feel. You letting us feel our own feelings is dangerous. It's even more dangerous probably try to control them. Well, hold on a second. How tall are you? Pretty tall? I always assumed you were like a good 5'4". No. Donate your current chair to a viewer so I can give them lumbar problems. My cat's name is Kung Pao Meow. Okay, that's fucking awesome. You say so many sentences I never expected to hear said in any context. Yeah, I know. What's your first name? Gherkin. As someone who's 6'3", I can tell that you're a tall guy. Thanks, fellow 6'3" activist investor. Use hands. The unit of measurement is hands. Drive with Valerian. Can you accurately draw a trend line using Hankanashi candles? And if so, do you draw them from the wicks? No. I don't like using. You can use wicks. You can draw multiple trend lines. You can draw one around the wicks and one at the volume body. Um, Volume's more accurate than the volatility. It's better to draw both. We looked at GME overlaid with Upstart on a longer term chart. They're crazy similar. There are similarities, yeah, I know. They're interesting. They look like mostly rolls. I really don't know what effect that's gonna have, JG. What do you think the chances are of an earnings beat tomorrow or positive EPS? I don't think either of those is very likely. It's possible, but unlikely. If we did have positive EPS, um, obviously that would be bullish. That would represent a return to profitability in a historically unprofitable quarter within a 2-year time frame, which is a good indicator of a successful or the beginnings of a successful turnaround at least. I don't think Jimmy would. Positive cash flow is another story. Positive cash flow, we could maybe start seeing a positive multiplier or move towards a positive multiple. That's probably even less likely than positive EPS. If I'm interpreting it right, the 10K contracts are synthetic shorts. Okay. And both the 7.3 and 3K were synth longs, and they were all rolled from December to Jan. Are you sure they weren't flipped? I see firing 75% should get SG&A down. What do you mean? You meaning they were short and now they're long? Yes. There's been a lot of weird options activity on Upstart lately. I fucking like it. And think about what the price has done since then. Yeah, I think it's possible that they weren't just rolled, they were flipped. Historically, we pull dips a week ahead of earnings, then climb after. Late movements on this one indicative of a general market downtrends, or do you suspect smaller delayed uptick as well? Delayed, maybe, not necessarily smaller. And if the liquidity on GME is going to revert to mean, then we should expect a pretty big run. Maybe bigger than March at this point. The longer it's delayed, the bigger it'll get, right? If CPI is good and SPX rips, what is PT on it Thursday? And the important upside price targets on SPX are 4,000, 4050, and 4100. Like going a month without making white. Exactly. Oh god, all the MMAT shills have showed up. Go away. I don't care about your stupid stock. Carl, time them out. I don't want to listen to it. You timed out Trash Dan. If Upstart runs, will you sell your shares or just sell in the money cover calls? It depends on how hard it runs, right? If you were in a shill and knew Jamie would run tomorrow and through futures, what would you buy? That's gonna be hard to answer because I am a shill. Any stake in DDS? No, I don't have a position there right now. If you were a male dancer, would your stage name be Beef Gherky? Now it would be, yeah. Can you say where you'd sell CCs instead of shares when Upstart runs 100%? Because I can sell. So if it goes above 37, I can sell my entire cost basis in the money. And then if it drops back to 18 in the near future, I then have a free stock position in Upstart, right? I feel like you could just stick with gherkin it. Maybe. If GB MOASS is by May 31st, 2023, then my unborn son's middle name will be Gherkin, even though he will be kind of a big deal. Oh, God. An ungodly large free position in Upstart. Well, yeah. But the key part of it is free, dork, right? Dork, I'm going to say something to you right now. And I don't want you to get too excited. So I'm going to put it in your DMs. Yep, that did it. Is that a rocket emoji? You know what? I'm not gonna tell you what I said to Dork. But I can share what Dork said in response. And I think that's fair in terms of transparency. It wasn't even about a stock. No, the DM definitely wasn't about MMAT. But I will tell you, whoever bought some MMAT is now no longer buying it, and the price is dropping again. Was it about Havasu? Oh, we haven't even planned our quant trip there yet. All I know is the first thing I'm gonna say when we all arrive at our trailer in the desert is gonna be tarps off, boys. And whatever happens after that's gonna be strictly protected by an NDA. Shorting MMAT confirmed. I didn't say that. There'll be pork and beans. I don't know if there's gonna be a campfire. Hold on, I'm watching MMAT die back off again. Taking a horse bath? I love it. No, these are my Burt's Bees clarifying pink grapefruit facial towelettes. That's why I'm glowing. They're made with upcycled cotton so that you can home compost them. Which I assume means throw them in my trash can, but I'm not sure. Just tell me if your chat with Dork was bullish on stocks or not. Yes, but not in a way that affects anybody's positioning. But why grapefruit? I don't know. That's the flavor they come in. Jobless claims report tomorrow morning at 8:30. I think so. Isn't it? Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? I think it is tomorrow. Yeah, 8:30 a.m. The previous was 225K. The consensus forecast is 230K. So we're expecting an increase in jobless claims. There's nothing nonsensical about these. They're just aloe and citrus oil. And they have anise oil, anise seed oil, which is sunflower. Some citric acid, some water. Oh no, they didn't test this on animals first? Awkward. I pay good money to get shilled daily by a big pickle. It's my guilty pleasure. Thanks, Walt. More unemployed people is bullish. I think I need more Dayquil. How often can you take Dayquil? I did 3 chugs so far today. What do you need to wipe away? I'm Italian, so just grease. Our bodies are really well lubricated. It's why we make such great plumbers. And lovers. Generally not measured in chugs. I disagree. Yeah, but puts today have been great. And that was the last time I was on good drugs. This is just Dayquil. Keep going, I'm about ready for another round. Every once in a while, trash, we like to dip ourselves in barrels of olive oil to reset our skin biomes to their natural state. Italians won't tell other people about this, but we do it frequently. It's like the mother starter for a sourdough. Strangle overnight, probably not terrible. Straddle would be better. Yeah, I can work with that. All right, cool. I'm Italian. Can confirm. What's JPOW aiming for? More unemployment or a smaller participation pool? Both. As per SS, for retail to win, does Kenny have to lose? No. I'm waiting for more rug pull on MMTLP because it's just bound to happen, right? Well, duh. It's not going to go up forever. Probably not, no. At which point, I can short it. Please do. What's the rationale for a straddle if you think 3,900 is as low as the put pressure goes? Well, because we're not at 3,900. And if jobs data comes in with unemployment down month over month, that's going to be bearish, right? The rationale for straddles and strangles right now is that the market's going to move big, whether it moves one way or the other. Do you think SPY will bounce before or after CPI? I don't know. I don't know what bulls will buy on. I don't know if they'll wait for the Fed decision or they'll start buying into a CPI, like a bullish CPI print. It could go either way. But I'm pretty sure the Fed's probably going to stick with 0.5. I'd be surprised if they pushed out another 0.75. I don't think it'd be bad if they did. I would just be surprised if they did. Jobless claims don't print tomorrow, but Thursday. Oh no. Damn it, you're right. Tomorrow's non-farm productivity. Labor cost. Labor cost is actually important. Lamb. Well, on the other end of it is the compounding effect of multiple rate increases, right, Gaff? So they need to at least, like, if they're going to affect a soft landing, which is getting more and more unlikely, but if they are, they need to be ready to pull back when the compounded effects of the rate increases are really begin to be realized, right? 200,000 block order for Upstart at 1710. Bullish. What time is labor cost? It's tomorrow at 8:30. Also non-farm productivity for the quarter, which has been way down as as expected to go up. Unit of labor cost is expected to drop. So we'll see what happens with both of those. But they're both at 8:30. Then there's some crude oil shit into the latter half of the day. I guess the concern is that since a soft landing is unlikely, the pullback is going to snap like a rubber band. So they need to be prepared to immediately roll on it. Yeah. I agree. I also have my doubts in how effectively they'll accomplish it. Um I like the implied strategy a lot. Do you think they're setting up for a December OPEX covering? Only 8 more trading days until then. It's possible. We'll see. Don't forget the deferrals are still in effect beginning tomorrow. We enter the period of possible deferral price action for 15 15C3-3. We have what is it? The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 12th. And then for 4210 F6, we have the 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th. So I think it'll be really cool if we actually start running hard on one of those dates, because then we can maybe better pin down the deferral used for holiday settlements. DocuSign strangle for earnings? Mm, you could. I'm I'm kind of just long on it. I like the current price. If earnings misses, I'll average down. But a strangle might not be bad. I expect their earnings will probably be pretty volatile. You need to buy enough theta to dodge the near-term bump in implied volatility. If you're gonna, and I wouldn't strangle. I'd probably straddle. What? No, November 18th settlement for 15C3-3 is on the 7th. Then the 21st is the 13th, 22nd is the 14th, and the 23rd of November is the 15th. But I think the likelihood of it being on the 7th is higher, because that's when XRT came off Reg Show, right? So that would have been the trade date. Would have been November 18th. Can we get November's OPEX and the deferment upcoming periods followed by December OPEX? Possibly. Yeah, still pretty bullish on Upstart. I'm really glad I sold those CSPs today. That's working out. Hopefully we'll continue to into the end of the week. All right, we're starting to get some capitulation on the SPX. Not only at the 39.25 level, but the 30.50 level is starting to drop. The gamma flip point is moving down closer to the money. So I think there's more call buying going on out of the money. It's looking okay. I think MMTLP is gonna stabilize here, or start to move deeper into a reversal. There's no options on that. Lame. I've been gone most of the day. Is Ivy on Upstart and GME moving up yet? Should I buy back my GME December 28 CCs sold last week? I'm up 65%, and the Ivy going into earnings might cost me some money. Yeah, I think that's not a bad thing to consider, especially if you're up on the position. SPX close green. JK, that's pretty unlikely. We could bounce back to 39.50 maybe. Not a lot of time to pull it off. Maybe just 39.40. What straddle point are you looking on SPX? I'm gonna buy the calls now. at 39. I'm gonna do 39.40 both sides. Hopefully I can get puts here. Doesn't drop too quickly. Goddamn son of a bitch. Yeah, I still have my Baba calls. I only have like 20. I don't have very many. I have 20 of them. I don't know if SPX is going to push up through here. It looks like it can. Really clean bounce. The bounce on futures looks a lot better than SPX, but still a little more upward pressure, I think. Put entry. It's just such a tease. Jesus Christ. $12.9 for a straddle or too much theta hit. Might not be very profitable, but it's probably fine. If I have to buy my puts on the money, I'm gonna be super fucking pissed off. Shorts covering on Upstart? I don't think so. I'm getting 450 a penny on Emma. Good for you, man. You're still bullish on Bobby. Absolutely not. No. I closed all my Bobby a long time ago. Welcome back, MJ99. I really feel like SPX can break up here. Okay, there we go. That's an out of the money put entry. Cool. This is why we need to get rid of the Bobby channel. I know. Why are we straddling for tomorrow? Why not? And I'm a bit over leveraged on SPX right now because I keep leaving all these legs open. Am I getting a fucking margin called on that? No. Right? No. Maybe I need to buy more puts. Well, I still have the 4070s and the 3990s open. I think I need to. I think I need to buy more puts. Like I need to leverage the put side more. To offset the drop. 25 more contracts? Can I get them a little cheaper? That'd be cool. Maybe. Test 3950? End of day? I don't have enough time. Okay. I think we can get rid of all the channels except crypto and quantcord. Guantanamo Bay. Are you positioning for GME earnings? Yeah, I have a bunch of shares. It stinks so good. Guess the movie. Was it the home sex tape with you and your wife? What strikes did you sell your Bobby at? I sold like half of my position around like $24, and then I sold the rest of it off on the bounce to like 15. That was a few days later. Like, because I had covered calls open when it started to run. So after it dropped, I bought them back, and then I sold the rest on the second bounce. I have not removed my shirt recently. Although I came close, but no. I've been pretty good about keeping my shirt on lately, unfortunately. That 200K block order got sold again? Interesting. It's getting spicy. Something's going on. I like it. Did you add to your upstart position? Yeah, I bought like another 50 calls today. I'm just averaging down the nearer the money ones. I have more than enough out of the money calls right now. I DM'd you something special. I removed my shirt in your stead. Praise be to the Dans. Praise be to Lady VWAP. Riku. Okay, listen, you always take your shirt off. What the fuck is on your nipples? I'm not watching this right now. I can't. I can't mentally deal with this today, Darth. uh, I need to check my temperature. You sound great. Thanks, man. Honestly, I don't physically feel that bad. It's more the desire to vomit that's that I'm trying to hold back. That's the hard part. Oh, I went and hung out with a friend over the weekend who immediately upon my arrival informed me that he'd been sick all week. Dang, Chow was that bad today? Yeah. Sounds like a scurvy cough again, if you ask me. You know, I'm actually higher risk for scurvy because of my fruit allergy. Upstart crashes and red all day. Everyone bearish. Upstart recovers partly, but still red on the day. Everyone over the top bullish. Exactly. As your husband, I do not appreciate that kind of language. Play the video for the people, for the stream. Give the people what they want. No one wants that. That's what you get for having a social life and also for hanging out with JFresh69 Cat. Yeah, you're not wrong. Well, you know, he has children, and so he's basically always carrying some sort of virus. You got dumpster lung from the Dans? The consumption. When if a run occurs, you mentioned a strategy to take profit from calls to buy in the money puts and exercise them, essentially getting free discounted shares. Can you explain this to a poor? Wait, what? No, you exercise the in the money. What the fuck do you mean in the money puts? If you exercise an in the money put, you sell 100 shares. You can cashless exercise options if they're deep enough in the money to get shares, but you lose your extrinsic value, so they need to be pretty deep in the money for it to be worthwhile. Biden talking about the economy right now? I don't know. Parvo? Totally the reason we homeschooled ours. They never see anyone to contract diseases from either. Introverts for the win. Yeah, but they're gonna be weird socially when they grow up, right? Like how are they gonna navigate the competitive world of corporate finance if they don't learn how to manipulate people and make friends? Worked for Elon. Yeah, but his parents were richer than you. Thanks, Boxum. See you later, man. Stay over yet? Put me in the wrap up. No problem, trash. Ding ding. The day is done. I was well, we recovered a little bit on the end of the day. I like where the spot like SPX ended up. Looks like we got some sell off around the 39.50 level from those more entrenched short positions. Maybe we see a little less effort on the 0 DTE shorts for the rest of the week. We have some jobs data coming in the morning at 8:30. Not super important jobs data. That'll be on Thursday, but some. I still think we can stay fairly static around this level until PPI or CPI. So, 39.30, 39.70, down and up. So kind of a little bit range bound, but some consolidation towards the upside would be fairly bullish. For what, JC? Or did I miss MOASS? Whoops. Anyway, new chair day tomorrow. I really don't want to set up my new chair without my new desk, but my keyboard is officially broken. The lights on it have now turned off. So maybe I don't have a choice. Oh, hold on. Yeah, anyway, Upstart with a nice turnaround from its low. Jimmy pulling back a little bit, which was also nice, but still fairly close to its low price of the day. Hopefully we see a little bit more pressure on these as the short positions start to roll out and weaken in strength. Tomorrow is the first day of the potential deferred settlement period for Rule 15C3-3. That'll carry out through the 12th, and then we switch over to FINRA 4210 6F from the 12th to the 15th. After that, it goes to the SEC 30-day deferral for OPEX. So we'll see which one they use. We'll see if it's the same one as March or a different one. That'll be fun to find out. Pretty excited to see where the rest of this week goes. Thank you guys all for tuning in. If I'm a little late to the stream tomorrow, I apologize, but I can't imagine that this illness is gonna get better. Thank you guys and have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.